All right, man. Should be a little bit of support around here. Do you have a PT for oil now or like end of year? I mean, I don't think it should drop much below 70, but I would say end of year I would like to see something closer to like 78 or 80. I think that would make a lot more sense. The recovery's kind of going. There's definitely a bit of room to the upside though. Should it get a breakout? Hmm. Yeah, maybe around 80. I'd be very happy with 80. I'm working on turning the Discord on. Give me a second. There we go. Clock went down. Well, actually, almost immediately. Unfortunately, that may not be enough. We're not getting too many sold puts up here. A little bit at 85. The rest seem to be around 75, 70, 65. And then a little bit bigger pile of sold puts around 56, 55. So I guess we can continue to move down. We do have a little bit of resistance to the upside. Sold calls, bought puts at 5,700. It'll be hard to get back over that. Not too hard though. Hmm. Out of the money bought calls only at 57.15. Not too many sold puts. We fell off of the higher part of the gamma ramp there. Looking for support around the 90 to retest 5,700. And yeah, that's about it. Let's get a truly bearish breakdown. We would probably need to go below 70 or 65. Doesn't look like that's happening anytime soon here, though. Might be caught in quite the battle for like 5,700 for a bit. Yes, failed 57.55. Didn't quite breach 57.81. What's the all-time high? Give me a second. All-time high is 57.8250. Looks like there's some decent support at 57.50. Fucking dollar's backhipping. At least the 3 month is dropping. Yields at the top end of the curve are starting to go up. Fucking jobless claims were boring. Pretty boring. Current account 48 billion. Bank of England didn't do shit. US current account, negative 266.8 billion. Initial jobless claims 219. Continuing claims slightly down. Fed manufacturing index, garbage. Business conditions are still shit. CapEx is a little bit better. So is employment. Prices paid are still elevated. We got home sales coming up in 1 minute. And the CB leading index. So that's the LEI. Do you think caused the insane futures pump? I mean, part of it was just that, like, well, okay, so yeah, there was one particularly large spread at like 5,700 that probably helped. But I would say it was largely just due to the fact that gamma to the upside was still flat and there was still a fuck ton of out of the money bullish positioning. I mean, that's why I was like long into close yesterday, was because of all of that bullish positioning at like 56.60 and up. There was a very real chance that had bulls gotten the breakout yesterday and not gotten crushed by the call sellers, that we would have just hit 5,700 yesterday. Like, they had a nice clean ramp from like 57.70 or 56.70 like out to like 56.30. Today the positioning's actually weaker than it was, but you know, the stuff that did roll forward definitely helped prices move up. Oof, existing home sales took a big fucking dump. Those are below expectations, and LEI is shitty, but not as shitty as it was last month. What else we got today? We got a 10-year tips auction and a 4 and 8 week bill. That'll be interesting, actually, especially the 4 and 8 week after the 50-point cut. We've still got some kind of odd behavior in yields, carry leverage, and the dollar. Right? Like this one's kind of blowing my mind. Because it would appear that they're levering up the long end as hard as they feasibly fucking can. And I'm not sure if this is like, okay, we're going to lever this up because the BOJ is not going to cut right now. But by doing this and going short the near end of the curve, they're creating a pretty dangerous risk profile. This is something that should not be incentivized by a narrowing of the spread, right? So it would kind of make sense if, like, the short paper was unprepared for a 50-point cut, and they're just getting like squeezed out a little bit, and then, you know, that's gonna shake off and things are gonna normalize a bit. They started to last night, like the right around the EU Open, the carry trade like the leverage started to pull back a little bit, and the forward yield on vol started to turn back up, right? But then then we got just another pump going into the market open. Reeks of 2008 idiocy. I mean, if you think about it, from Tuesday till now, well, at the peak now, that's like 0.4x, yeah, 0.4x leverage that got slapped on there, 0.45. That's a lot. I mean, that's like, that's almost more leverage than there was prior to like the big VIX spike. Seems they have a limit that they don't want to go below. But on the 3 and 6 month, it's continuing to just fall off. Which means the cost to carry on this end of the trade is rising. I think we cut 50 purely for debt service purposes. But existing debt we already have to service at the rate that's locked in, right? So yes, it can ease issuing going forward, but it also means there's going to be less liquidity at the front end, right? So Yellen's going to have to issue duration in order to get the necessary liquidity, which is going to push the back end way up. It's a really interesting reaction. I mean, dollar up on a 50 basis point cut is nuts, right? That can't be something that lasts. Apple's pumping to oblivion. Yeah. And we're kind of in a situation where just everything's up, right? Gold, dollar, oil, copper, silver, the top end of the yield curve, Bitcoin. A few bot calls at 80. It seems to be resistance to the downside for now. This price action looks a lot like it's gonna get pinned at fucking like 56.90 to 57.15 all day. Things are a bit bullish. If we break 10 to the upside, we can test 25. The downside, it doesn't look like we'd go much below like 90 or maybe like 85, 80 at most. That looks questionable. We're probably going to get pinned here until everyone is out repositioned. I'm still very convinced this isn't bullish medium term. I mean, I kind of agree that it could be like a bit of like a rescue mission for the shittier positions that got left up here. Is it contingent on BOJ hike or some other factor? It's contingent on a Fed 50-point cut. But Nikkei, along with the dollar, rallied last night. Which is fine. I don't think that's something that's going to persist over the long term. I do expect them to keep rates the same. But I do also expect them to do another rate hike this year and to stick to that. Utah's super hawkish and their inflation's like nearing 3%. I feel like you don't reference Spinal Tap enough. The market was jonesing for a September cut, an FOMC appeasement. Yeah, I agree. But the market's also treating the 0.5 cut like it's a 0.25 cut, and they are not the same. No, it was the most dovish cut ever. But it's okay, right? Because the leading economic index is lower than it was at the COVID lows, right? So no big deal. Yeah, market saved economy, fantastic. Putting together a hydroponic for my home bar. Any opinion on essential plants, herbs? I have rosemary and mint so far. Ooh, basil is a good one and easy to grow. Green shiso, lavender, probably not in a hydroponic, but lavender is a nice one to have. Maybe chamomile. Thyme. Cannabis sativa. Green shiso and Paria are the same. Yeah, I think so. What's the bull thesis for a 50-point cut? I'm about to exit my IWM long position and stick to boring value plays. I just want to understand what I might be missing. The bull thesis for a 50-point cut right now appears to be that that's all the Fed's going to do for the near future. I mean, the Fed projected a year-end rate of like 4.4, and we've got the 3-year trading at between yesterday and today like 4.8, 4.7. So copium. Want to know something? Work on a PDF in Microsoft Edge, highlight some text, little toolbar pops up, Copilot icon right next to the mouse, touch dialogue at all, and it pops to full text. Your cursor has a 60% chance of hitting that button when you're just trying to unhighlight something. I love capitalism. They're really trying to make money off of Copilot. Huh? Dude, this is ridiculous. We're gonna fall back into the puts here. Still fucking overpriced. $20.75 for NQ. It's kind of upside resistance for SPX too. 27.10. But if we break 27.10 and push up to 25, 15. Wow. Maybe 20. I don't really want to play anything right here. I guess the play is to probably go long, but it looks gross. And the options are still massively overpriced. I think the out of the money, the at the money call is like Fucking $15. Dispersion's getting levered up hard as fuck. Especially in the short term. That goes alongside that pump and the carry on the long end. How will this rate decision affect me if I'm looking to buy a home in Oregon in the next 6 months to a year? Realtor makes me feel like I just lost out on my chance to buy in my price range. I don't think that's true. I think a lot of people are underwater on their loans and they'll have difficulty refinancing. I think the like liquidity in the market's probably likely to remain, but we may get a brief surge of buying. I mean, in 6 months rates might be lower and you might have a better chance, but lower rates don't necessarily mean higher home prices. I think his realtor has an incentive to get him to buy right now, not later. Yeah, always. Don't move to Oregon. It's on fire and it rains all the time. Also, vampires and Sasquatch. It's true. From a fellow Oregonian, no less. We don't even need realtors anymore. What's up, Bipolar Bear? No, generally speaking, they're useless. Well, you mean another tightening cycle following our loosening cycle? Like Arthur Burns? I don't like losing 57-10. Bull's gonna come back and fight for this or what? more sold calls at 2025. It's kind of pushing down on price action a bit. Nikkei fell. Nikkei's retreating back a little. 37.83. Still up 2.7% overnight. Did I miss all the circle jerking of the 150 bit move up? No. There's still a lot of that going on. FHA is like 3.5% down. To refi, you need to have 20% equity available. Lots of defaults coming when people can't refi for the 7 to 10 years paying down principal. Yeah. I think that's out of your price range for SVX after yesterday's announcement. No. Still a lot that can happen in the next 3 months. 2.5. A rate cut does benefit telecoms and utilities in the long term when they need to refinance debt. The debt that they're currently carrying is not being refinanced immediately. It might add to some speculation, but it may not right now. Tech's running, and that's usually not great for flight to safety options. So in the short term, maybe not, but in the long term, yeah, it's good for them. They have tons and tons of debt to refinance, and doing that in a lower rate environment is definitely better. Well, the real liquidity grab to refi all the cyclical debt out and about, probably, yeah. Even in the short term, right? Those people are defaulting with their 3% mortgages, believe it or not, and at ever increasing numbers. The houses they bought were still worth too much. That's boomers. Yeah, that's largely. I mean, it's some Gen X, some millennial, but probably about 60-70% of that is older generations with their mortgages paid off. I'm part of that 39%. Yeah, I know. But a very small part of that 39%. Why do you hate boomers? It's not their fault. It's ridiculous. I should have taken all the capital and dumped it into 20-year bonds at the top. There's an argument for that. Let's Starting to pressure the 15. Top of this range is probably 25. There's a slim chance we could see 30, I guess. Bulls have the pump on the tech side. Even their positioning on SPX is kind of weak here. How high do you think AMD can go? I don't know. Did it bounce back today? Ooh, big bounce back. Let me take a look. Maybe like another 1.5%. 55.60 kind of looks like we're positioning tops out. So it's got another $5 in the tank or so. And left a little gap at 16. Pushing into short calls here. This looks like 25.30 at the top of this range. $35 starts to hit the sold call wall. I think I just stay long the call here. Did you discuss the EJW put yet? I'll probably add more. But it's short Nikkei, basically. WJ. What's going on? Why is it still elevated this morning? Which, what? Why is what still elevated? The entire market, everything's pumping super fucking hard. Yeah, we should be running into a little bit of resistance around here. There's still some range. Like maybe another $7, but it'll be probably grindy. I don't particularly want to fuck with it. See where a pullback finds support, and then maybe I'd go long that. Gap to fill back at 16. That would kind of make sense as a retest. If I find support there, then that might be a good, like another good long entry to scalp. Failure of 16 would be ugly though. Could go back to 5 or even 5,700. Where's that 1929 trend test again? Oh, that's gonna be to the upside. It's around like 57.50, I think. Is it? Wait, that's the wrong line. No, 57.50 is our prior trend. Let me go out to the monthly. So that trend from the trend from 1929 is like out here around like 6,000. So by like Jan, that would be like 61.18. Hmm. Diamond top? Don't you dare! I'm like, it's interesting. God, I want to short Netflix so bad. Do you though? Maybe at like 7:30 or something. I'm kind of glad I got out of my Microsoft. It's not really beating itself. It seems like 40 is a pretty hard resistance. Even with the gap up today. Got fucking rejected at like 42. Interesting. If this loses 13, 12, 57, 12. So it needs to find support here, of which there is very little. Fall off. Kind of a bearish signal on that. Maybe ES has a little bit more support. Maybe not. Or NQ, rather. Didn't fill the gap. It's a little bit bullish. 57.20 resistance though. Breaks above 57.20, cut it. Maybe. Red candle. That's nice. A little bit of a hot streak today. Nice. Very nice indeed. I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do with my 56.20 puts. Calls did great though. $56.12 is where the breakdown would occur if we get one. And that starts to pull us back into negative gamma around 5,700. Might also get some profit taking on the near term 5,700 calls, which are supportive at that level. How dead are the 620 puts? I don't know. I got till the end of the month on them, so we'll see. Probably pretty fucking dead. I mean, that was a huge overnight move. With the positioning into the end of this week, at least, I don't see us retesting it, but downside gamma is kind of starting to flatten out. Some of the short put positions pulled back under 75. That might be a good sign. It's hard to say how long this is going to last. It's going to depend a lot on what happens while we're up here. And tech. Whatever tech does. That's where I straddled last night. It was 56.20. Which, you know, worked out. ABBV finally dying. Do you happen to have the Greeks for it? You're gonna have to give me a minute, but yeah, I think I do. This is where bulls need to get support. Alright, let me take a look. Yeah, so not a lot of support at 92, 87, 50. Looks like there's a decent amount of support at 85, though. It's back below Gamma Max. Gamma Max is up at like 201, but Delta and Gamma Neutral are down at 174 and 170 respectively. Yeah, and GN's still below DN there. Some of the delta on the chain's been slowly bleeding off. There's been some profit taking, but not a ton of it. I mean, even from like the peak, Gamma's only dropped by about like 20 million. I think Delta's down about 0.25 billion. So not a lot of people getting out. But maybe a good opportunity to exit some short calls. Things get a little bit more bearish around here. Not a lot of support between here and 5,700, 5,695. So near this morning's lows, possible to retest. If we get enough momentum on that test, we could go as low as 5,675 before running into like stronger support. So a little bit of put selling, like 85.90. But it might not be that relevant compared to the OPEX contracts for the AM expiry, which are large. Maybe bulls are just trying to get this piece of shit above the JPM collar before the end of the month, so they can fucking slough off all their shortfall. What would you be looking for to enter long puts? Well, VIX 3-month below 13, 14. Or, yeah, a loss of GN. Monthly GN. Where does JPM slap the bulls? I mean, the bulls might be getting slapped here a little bit anyway. kind of a little bit of support at 2077. If NQ fails to regain 2100, then I think this whole thing will pull back maybe to 2050 or even 20 back to 20,000. Where's support coming in? Not at fucking spot. A little bit of sold puts at 15, bot calls at 25 still. Long puts at spot down to 95. If 10 goes out of the money, this goes higher. 10 is resistance. 5704, 3 to the downside is support. Looks like NQ is still selling off. $56.92 gap gonna fill. Good. We need to lose 56.03 so we can slip a little. We're in negative gamma right now, but we need to slip a little lower for it to start dropping more precipitously. And then, yeah, we could see like 95 to 90 on that move. Then some support at 90, but not a ton. And then 75 would be the next. 75 is kind of a minor resistance there. Oop, yep. NQ's doing it. Slightly higher low on that. 1 second. bear's gonna win here? Support. Okay. NQ sold off through 2075, so next downside support should be like 20,000. Maybe a little bit at 20,050. 20,050. It's a slow bleed, but it's getting more bearish. Where the fuck did I buy the 56 or 57.10 before? Did I buy it there? Oh, that's why. I just bought that at the money. Let's zoom out. It fucking does not look like as big a move as it is. Have you ever seen an overnight pump as powerful as last night? Yes. You hear after like Nvidia earnings back in earlier this year when like the market was getting ready to nosedive and then we went up like 2.5% overnight? There were a lot of those in December. Yeah. November too. For an overnight futures move, last night's didn't actually have a lot of volume. It was pretty light on the volume side. When the two major banks failed in March. That was the most bullish thing that happened in the last 2 years. Does this look bearish? I mean, locally it's kind of bearish. If we lose 57.03, we can drop to 95, right? Which is, I guess, not that far away, but I mean, it's a decent move. Bulls are really trying to build some kind of support here, but there really isn't a lot. Like, I don't think they'll be able to build anything substantial. But a lot of this is still very reliant on what happens with tech. If tech continues to sell off, then that'll, you know, drag SPX down. Some capitulation would be nice. All right, that's support. A break out of 10 and we can retest 25. Failed the test at 10. Interesting. Support. No de-risking at all up here. No. Well, at least not a lot of it. Some out of the money call buying coming in 15, 25, 30. A little bit at 20 too on the 0 DTE. So bulls are definitely trying to lever up this bounce. They just don't get a edge until we get above 10. Gamma's still pretty negative here. Above 10 though, we can move. This might open up that like 30 test. 30, 35. A little bit of short put selling at 15. Ooh, can't lose the downside though. That's bad. Fell back into the negative gamma again. Support, no support. I need to put a stop in. Hmm. Failure to fill that gap is still bearish. Need a new high off the bounce. Still need to break 57.10 to push up into the positive positioning. Glorp DMs. What's up, dude? Right, we filled the gap. I don't think I want to take a lot of risk here. If we were to find support, where would it be? Give me a second. $7.10 put still bought. Let's get above the $7.10, below the 605. Stop should be at the bottom of that wick. Still. I don't really want to play that. MQ looks kind of okay for a reversal. All right, I'll be right back. Get fucked? I did not get fucked. Nice. Yeah, if 10s where bulls can build the support I need. I honestly can believe I've been listening in every day for probably the last 3 years and still haven't taken this more seriously. I've still learned a lot and love the stream. Getting better. Well, that's good. It doesn't have to become your whole life. For some people, it does, though. I understand that, too. There are days where I think, you know what, I'll just sit on my passive income and never do anything again. I hate those days. I still expect the traditional red dumpies when Gork leaves us for dumpies. Leaves for dumpies. What are you eating and is it crunchy? Oh, trash. So crunchy. What if it becomes your whole life, but you're also just bad at it all the time? That kind of sucks. I would probably like suggest maybe getting better. Or paper trade till you're better so you don't lose all your money. Hold on, I've got some lingonberry jam. That's the good shit. That's so tart. Where does one find lingonberries? How much of your AQN position are you in now? Like 140%. Interesting trash. In the town of Lingon in France? That's not real. Is it? Hmm. You get them at IKEA. Apparently, they have a background in Native American culture as well. I'm trying to find the like wild distribution of them. Not going so great. Ah, boreal forest and Arctic tundra. That doesn't sound like fucking France at all. There's an auction coming up right now. Jeez, I got wrecked on that stop. There's also another auction at 1 o'clock for the 10-year tips. That could be interesting. My IBKR options are 25% more expensive than your WeBull options for the same contract? That's weird. Usually IBKR's pricing is way better than WeBull. Need the one with the little W for weekly? He's looking at the AM. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Wouldn't want to lose all your money on the safer contract. They don't take the closing price. They stop trading at close. That's right. It's the synthetic open price. Yep. What's actually happening? I'm getting so destroyed. What do you mean? What are you getting fucking destroyed by? What's the synthetic opening price? It's called the sock. And it's a lot like the VIX made up. It's based on the opening prices of the individual component stocks. There you go, Al. I Googled it for you. You were probably spelling it like an actual sock. This has 4% update written all over it. Does it? I thought it had vol up, lower high written all over it. How's the meatball? Still a little bit unstable here. A lot more unstable under 5,700. We could rock it from here. But it's not a great look. Maybe like a push up on the end of the distribution. But if that fails to break 15, we'll just dump back down again. So what I can do is I can put a buy order in down here. And ensure that I don't get a fill. And we trade flat at 57.10 for the rest of the day. Consolidation on NQ is still bullish. Needs to lose 2,100. But gamma on S&P isn't great here. Above 10 is still slightly supportive, but barely. If we lose 10, we can get back to like 5,700, 5,695. That was the shitty breakout I was looking for. Oh my god, I got the fill. Nice. The auction's not out yet. Yeah, it is. 4-week bid to cover 2.8. High rate 4.7. 86.75% of the bids at high, which isn't a great look. Liquidity on the short end is going to start drying up because nobody's going to want to lower the yield. Major war breaks out, oil squeeze, or sudden Chinese recovery or easing, policy easing in China. Although their economy is unbelievably fucked right now. 10-year tips, 1 p.m. That is correct, sir. Evergrande, am I right? It's only the tip of the iceberg, Dave. Q looks tired. It doesn't look that bad. Does look like it's having a bit of a problem with 20,150. Sold put support 85.90. Still a decent amount of like synth log interest at 57.25. Resistance to the upside at 20. Puts to the downside to 5,700. So we're just sitting on top of the calls. I don't think I need to stop here. Should have bought Zom at 111 instead of Oxy at 50. Kind of very different plays. An invite to invest in Fire Festival. I'm gonna make so much money. This fake Gherk selling you tickets. Are yesterday's aggressive bears now underwater, or did they take profits? Most of their positioning was 0 GTE. I think there's still some puts down at like 56.45. But those probably fall off today. You'd lose 57.08. Seven. Hmm. Seven 10 puts getting shorted a little bit. Tech still bullish consolidation. It started to fail the ascending wedge, but it hasn't signaled to fail yet. Needs to lose 21.20. Still puts to the upside. Ooh, interesting. Another failed breakout on NQ. Higher low, higher high still. I get a lower low. 20,117, 20,120. There we go. Is there sound here or just silence? Just watching the markets. What do you think this is? A football match? You want me to yell goal? Yes. This is way more interesting than soccer, okay? Mm. I am fucking killing it today. Nice. If only this piece of shit would stop losing me money. I'm gonna average down on EWJ. Probably, but not yet. I love how the fucking dollar is down 17 points, but it's up against the yen. Gherkin, this is not SLD. Well, yes, it is. It is SLD, but don't forget about mini SLD. Because they changed the rules, right? So now you have tiny supplemental liquidity deposits before major economic events. And since FOMC was yesterday, you have one SLD ending and the other beginning. What about second SLD? That's what we're talking about. Continuation. I think I will. Let's fucking go. That's the wrong way. $100. Huh. 2100 act as resistance. Support. There's been quite a lot of bot puts at 57.05 that I would very much like to see go in the money. It'd be cool if we could squeeze the short vol and get VIX back to 18. Clearly, nobody wants to miss their opportunity to buy NQ at 2100. Hate this fucking market. It's a steal. Oh, what a load of bullshit. Well, to break 15 would be cool. Ooh, Head and Shoulders. A little less so on SPX. Upside resistance is breaking down on the bounce. interesting. Insight on 10-year minus 2-year crossing back to positive, indicating a recession. I've been away for a few weeks. Might full port post-election puts. That might be a thing. I think we might see vol drop in the short term. Maybe a bit more. Full port puts is pretty expensive right now. VIX 3Ms is still at like 19. We're not seeing as much vol crush as the prior runs, but overall leverage is lower. And the rate cut's not going to help with that. So, I mean, vol may be persistently higher. But the delta will fall off as price rises. So, how much room do we have to the upside over the next few weeks? I mean, right now, there's not much positioning above the collar, which is only like $30 away. But if the collar goes in the money, the end of month could be pretty bullish. End of month, end of quarter. Wind down? Depending on what Bank of Japan says tomorrow, that could trigger some worry. But I think mostly they're gonna be pretty neutral. And just like reiterate their hawkish policy. In which case, labor data, inflation, or PMIs. If inflation moves down too rapidly, that would be very bearish, and indicate that the Fed is too slow, even with their outsized cut. Or if unemployment rises significantly, which is possible. Services employment falling off would be a big deal. Very big deal. 5670p still on the table. It's not off the table, but we got a little bit of support here and room to push out to 30. Getting above 15 was kind of the break point for the bulls, so getting above 15 opens up some upside range. There is a ascending head and shoulders forming on NQ, but that still has some more upside room. And SPX has enough interest to the upside that we could move. We didn't lose 10, and we needed to lose 10 to fall. Do DTs. The next FOMC. Gap fill. Ooh. Did we not fill the gap? We did. What's your P&L on the day right now? 1,300. That's minus the EWJ and 5720 drawdown. So it's realized and unrealized. Still have some call interest building to the upside at 25.30. There's some short calls at spot, just above spot on the 20 test. Which acted as a bit of resistance here, but apparently not too much. Some bulls are still selling the 20, I bet. Or at least not getting squeezed out of it. $21.22. Put it at about $10. Above 10, it would start squeezing. Still like $10 more a range. Oh, there it goes. Starting to squeeze the sold calls. Lots of sold calls. Damn. No, still a profit, but shitty. No, they might still push again. I think I might short the test of 2015 and just ride that out, see how it goes. 21.50. The downside bearish positioning is weakening a little bit, though. Maybe it should just be long the call. Because you get the new high here, right? Did SPX cure cancer? Yep. Dixie's boofing. Yeah, it's starting to fall more. Can you bet against this train? That seems stupid. Hmm. Are we bearish? Not particularly right now. Hmm. I knew as soon as I buy a call, we're gonna lose this level. Yep. That sounds about right. Oh fuck, lower high. Ooh. Too slow. We're selling everything and making options unfun. Nope, they got it. I fucking hate it when they do that. Second half of day dumpies. Or we push up to 30 and pressure the sold calls. The old coin flip? It's not really a coin flip. It's in the bull's favor still. Its upside resistance on NQ should be around 75. 20 175. Hmm. Did SPX for Gamma Max? No. It's nowhere near Gamma Max. I think Gamma Max on the monthly is up at like 73, or on the weekly is at 73. Gamma Max on the monthly is at 58.87. We can break weekly GM. It's not a hard line. I mean, it's a big resistance, but it's not. Monthly GM, on the other hand, does not get broken. But that's still another fucking 285 basis points out of the money. That's at 58.63. 68, 63, 68. Monthly VN is 59.24. Still not seeing a lot of short vol, and we saw short vol pull back yesterday. If this fucking put squeezes, I'm gonna be pissed. Wouldn't that basically be every ticker in the S&P breaking gamma max simultaneously? What, if it were to break gamma max on the monthly? No, not really. I don't think it's actually possible. Because at that point, the MM's just long Vega anyway, right? Like, they're just getting progressively longer and longer vol. At least I don't think we've ever seen it. We've seen a couple breaks of Vega neutral, but I mean, yeah, I don't think we've ever seen it break gamma max on the monthly. Even at like peak bullishness, like in 2023, it just tested it, just barely. Like July 18th of 2023, it came kind of close. Almost tapped it on December 14th of 23. Gamma max on the weekly is usually a pretty hard line, but we've crossed it. I don't think we've ever closed over it. Maybe there was like one time close 54.24. Yeah, June 23rd. We closed over it. June 23rd, 2023. And December 13th, 2023. I think that's it. 54.21. Yeah, that's it. Is this about to get rugged? I mean, it could. There's a lot of resistance to the upside, but there's call positioning out to 30. Above 30, things get kind of rough. Due to all the sold calls, gamma here is probably getting kind of flattened. Because you have like, yeah, I'll show you. So like this, 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 and then something like that, and then so if you look at spot, right, gamma at spot gets kind of crushed as it tries to move up here. See how gamma falls down? Well, just above spot, gamma starts to decline. And as the day progresses, that gets worse. It's a very high chance of closing at like 57.12-ish. I would say between 57.12 and 57.26. But it makes it really hard to move to the upside. Is this the gamma comsock? Yep, there we go. That's what I did wrong. There. I had it on the wrong date. So see how gamma's kind of positive up to like 20? And then it starts to move negative here, right? At around 23, which is ironically right where we're trading. See? 23. 23. So it becomes very difficult to push into this. Because when you start going up here, the dealer is going to start dumping their gamma, right? And so that pulls back on the price. But if it's also hard for us to fall below 57.05 because then the dealer would start picking up more, right? So it's, yeah, we're kind of just stuck on this little hump right here. Bearish over here, bullish over here. And that's kind of the effect that out of the money sold calls have, right? Is that they push the gamma down at spot. So, you see them sell. You see them selling like the 57.50, like the 57.30, right? And then down here, where we are at 23, that starts to push it pulls the negative edge of gamma up, right? And it pushes the negative edge here, the positive edge down, right? So it pushes that down, pulls that up, and creates deeper and deeper negative gamma the more they sell at spot. Oh, you guys can't see any of this. I don't know what I'm drawing to you. Fantastic. There we go. I made more money today than yesterday, but I missed out on the overnight straddle. Yeah, the overnight straddle was awesome. Anytime you get a big overnight move, those are the best days. Expensive though. It wasn't cheap. I still have a bunch of dead puts. I guess I'll hang on to for a little bit. Maybe through OPEX. If they don't print by then, I'll get rid of them. What I'm not understanding is we got the rate cut, big one, but now we're expending weeks of ups. I'm not. I'm just going off of where the positioning is. I don't think we should get ups at all. I mean, the fucking tech should be dumping right now, and it's doing the inverse of that. Right? It's like buying the news effectively. They're levering up the collapsing spread in the carry trade, which is obscenely stupid. But there's a reason for it. I don't know what it is, but there's a reason. I can speculate. I'm not gonna fight back against it. I don't have billions of dollars. I'm not gonna be like, nah, you're wrong. Just fucking buy a call, right? Banks are being demure. And we're fools to question this vibe check. You dick. I think someone shorted short paper into the Fed meeting expecting it to 0.25 cut, and Powell decided to ease financial conditions, and they're fucked because short paper is going to tank. Um, and so all they can do is short more to try to leverage up their long end of the carry, right? And if they can get enough leverage, they can stabilize their short position and try to exit it. But that never works. Never in the history of the market has being short the short end to support the long end been a good fucking idea, right? It's just a position they get trapped in because they want liquid cash. Short paper is short-term debt instruments, and short-term income instruments. Who's them? Banks. Banks are the only ones with the capital. Maybe some hedge funds, but you know, their impact isn't as large. Big fucking banks and huge money market accounts. Huge money market accounts that aren't putting enough money in overnight repo and exposing themselves to liquidity risk. Think of it right now. I mean, there's like almost 7 trillion in money market accounts just fucking sitting there. And if they're exposed to a liquidity crunch because they're not picking up enough repo paper, they could get seriously fucked. They're supposed to, but they don't always. They can find themselves on the wrong side of that trade, which I think we saw already when Japan cut rates, and now we've got another shock on the same position. This is starting to stall. Yeah, there's not a lot of upside here. There's just like maybe $5 more, $6 more. And then we run into some serious fucking resistance. Like the bank that Warren Buffett is dumping. Yeah, like that one. They shorted T-bills thinking the 2.5 cut would happen, and then 5, which scared the market, and now they're shorting T-bills even harder. Yep. Well, you have to, right? You have to be able to pay for your cost to carry on being long the long end. And so as leverage is reduced, your margin requirements go up, and you need to generate the credit to cover the margin requirement to continue to hold your long paper. Otherwise, you have to market at a loss. And if banks start marking to market long-term securities at a loss, everything collapses. 7 trillion in money market accounts. So is everyone waiting to buy the dip? That's not how money market works. Money market's already invested in the market. It's not money on the sidelines. That's just something people on Twitter who don't know what the fuck they're talking about say. Money markets are fully invested in markets. That's what they do. Long story short, people have been short shorts to offset their longs, but they should have been long. Should haven't been long the long end while being short the market. Short vol, right? Seeing as how we've been pumping tech with all the money we've printed, will tech see the larger correction? I mean, it already has. The NQ is nowhere near its all-time highs, right? Like S&P is at all-time highs, but NQ's fucking way off. It's still down 6% from its all-time high. Ten-year tips in 10 minutes. That coming in lower, I think, is bearish if forward inflation expectations are trimming. Especially the 10 and the 5-year tips. Um, that could be bad for the dollar. Isn't that money in not equities? All money finds its way back into equities, right? Because yeah, it's leverage for equities, so same thing. Still equity exposed, right? Or even worse, equities they're exposed to equities with leverage. So, the more leverage they have, the more they increase their risk sensitivity to that asset class. So if you're, 12x your core capital long fucking S&P and S&P dumps, you're fucked. With tech and SJX at all-time high, wouldn't it be advantageous to dump here? I mean, sure, but funds don't just dump generally. Unless there's like a catalyst or a trigger, they bleed off their profitable positions um, slowly, right? Because if they dumped all at once, they wouldn't be able to find appropriate liquidity and they would crash the market. So you maybe you sell a couple shares every tick, but you try to keep that going as long as feasibly possible. S&P cannot dump. It's dumped 5% and 10%. 5% twice this year, 10% once this year. It absolutely can. What do you? I think the BOJ is going to remain neutral on their rate, but it's the amount of hawkishness about their forward projections that people care about. And I think a lot of the leverage flowing into the carry trade right now is just a bet that the BOJ does nothing, which I think is a good bet. Um, but I still think the BOJ is going to do something before end of year. The same money market funds are 7 trillion are already invested in equities. It's not in a roundabout way. It's pretty direct. They are leveraged for exposure to equities. Equities offer the highest returns over time historically. So I mean, pretty much all leveraged, debt and like fixed income assets are going to find their way into equities at some point or be equity exposed. We thought JPOW would only raise 2.5. BOJ can surprise us as well. They're not big on surprises. Generally speaking, they stick to their extraordinarily conservative approach to handling monetary policy. But I will say that there is ever mounting pressure to continue to raise rates and um, a pretty strong amount of public support towards that end as well. And so, over the last 3 to 6 months, the position of the BOJ has shifted pretty hard. And they're getting, they're projected higher than their projected rates of inflation. So, you figure the rest of the central banks are sitting around 4.3 to, 4, well, till 5%. And BOJ wants to normalize, which means kind of meeting the rest of the central banks in the middle over the next 2 years. So you figure by 2026 they'd like to be at 2.5, and they want to do that without letting inflation rip, right? So they do actually have a little bit more pressure on them to continue to raise rates and a little bit more support both publicly and via domestic businesses. Now, there's still a lot of pressure on the BOJ from the investment banking sector and from Japan's like massive multinationals that do not want rates raised, right? They get to conduct business in dollars while paying wages in yen, and that's fucking great for them, and they're very happy. And that's why the Nikkei is up so high, right? So it's mixed still, but it is starting to shift towards a lot more support for continued rate hikes and policy normalization. What would happen is JPOW raised rates next FOMC. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a rate hike cycle out of this, right? Because after inflation's already still elevated and housing inflation hasn't gone anywhere. And as soon as we seasonally adjust again, all of that inflation is going to come back. Oil's going to go back up, which is going to keep the inflation cycle elevated longer, and policy conditions will have eased. So there's going to be more lending and more credit market exposure, and more inflation on the producer side, right, being generated. And so obviously cutting policy back to a non-restrictive rate greatly increases the risk of inflation heating up again. And a lot of the like the inflationary factors that got seasonally adjusted away have not gone down, right? Like container costs went down, but shipping costs are still really high. And it's not like oil's fallen back to 60 or anything, right? And then we still have some risk premium priced into oil that we just can't get rid of because of Ukraine and Israel. And so, and then, if inflation does fall too fast because we're not measuring it properly, really haven't ever measured it properly, not since like the 70s. If inflation does fall really fast, that's going to scare the shit out of everyone because it's going to look like a recession, right? Different this time, TM. Yeah, always, right? There's only one reason the Fed ever makes an outsized initial cut, and it hasn't happened often, but it's because they're worried about liquidity in the short end. Or JPOW nails the soft landing and we start a new era of American prosperity. Yeah, let's keep betting that that's the truth and then find out in a really shitty way that it's not. Because that is the way of the market. Is we're going to keep pricing in the perfect scenario until the reality sets in. Somebody's scared of the action? Maybe. The tips is kind of important here. Fed bid 350.9 million. Fixed rate mortgages fell to 6.09%. Yield before the auction's 1.59, which is not bullish. If that drops, Does the market care about that in long-term inflation expectations? Yeah, because it's, a 10-year window of our growth, right? Inflation is growth, it's productivity, it's everything. Without inflation, you can't have infinite growth. So if inflation falls over the 10-year time horizon, then that's going to mean less growth over time. Money printer go burr. The money printer is almost out of ink. And think of it this way, if we keep turning on the money printer in order to bail us out of this shitty scenario. We're gonna be using like the ink you buy on Amazon that doesn't print in the right colors. Okay, high yield actual 1.592, so a little bit of a tail. Prior was 1.883 though. I don't know if that's enough of a tail to matter. Bid to cover was 2.44. Timu pink money. Well, because if we keep printing money, our debt's gonna get downgraded, which means our money's worth less. Because our money's backed by debt. Popcorn, if they start stamping $1 trillion coins, all the money you made from selling your aluminum foil hat business is gonna be worthless. You don't want them to do that. That's okay. We are in a pickle. Yeah, we ran the engine really hot, and we blew it up, and then we used our spare engine and ran it really hot for a really long time as well. And then when that blows up, we don't have any more engines. Or we do, but they're like shittier engines. Shittier engines that won't be rated as highly. Fucking. There's a mosquito in my office. I absolutely feel like we're gonna dump today or gap down tonight. This just feels a little dramatic. Kind of is. I mean, we're right in the range to like rescue all of the shitty positioning from yesterday, and we keep distributing out on all our highs. So, I mean, yeah, some of this is pretty obviously a rescue mission, but that doesn't mean that like new positioning coming in this range isn't going to be bullish. And that's what you need, right? You need no new positioning to come in to support this range while the positioning that was already in this range takes profits. We get Toyota to make a new one. Yeah, but it's gonna be small. If you get the mosquito that bit you, it should go away. I need this to be law. Are they selling vol? Not really, right? Which is kind of interesting. Like we obviously got like a big drop in volatility with the overnight move and pushing all of those in the money puts back out of the money. Because yesterday, and the reason I was long yesterday into close is because they were selling the fuck out of the 5660, right? And in the money, they were selling it in the money. So if we jumped that and those had fallen out of the money, we would have rocketed up to this level yesterday. We just didn't. Like the Bears just fucking crushed them. And so they rolled all their shitty positioning forward today, and then just gapped all the bearish positioning overnight. But this still leaves us on kind of like an island, right? Like there's no buyers on the downside, and there's possibly no buyers on the upside, and that's kind of what you end up in these situations. But it could last a while. We could sit up here for a bit. If a mosquito bites you, don't you also turn into a mosquito? No, your nose just gets really sharp, and um That's it. You don't really get any superpowers. Just got like a sharp nose and a hunger for blood. Tomorrow's triple witching quad. Like Vlad Tenev? Yes. Gloric wind down. Well, OPEX is always a good time. If not September OPEX, maybe October OPEX. I think that's just anemia. Interesting. No, I haven't looked at the Louvre this morning. Why does the middle witch have 2 points on her hat? Oh, there's so many dork as a girl memes. We're just reprogramming all of the men in the Discord to be attracted to dork. Dork, if we ever have like a pickle jar convention, we're gonna need to keep you under lock and key. Because you will get sexually assaulted. God help us all. We can fix him. You'd have to get rid of his dick. Everybody will be so disappointed, or will they? Are you going in? Are you going to just show up in drag? There's no pickle jar convention. Way to spoil it. What a weird place we've created. I need a nasty drop to 5705. Gotta lose 5715 first. That doesn't look great. You created this. Don't blame me. Ape Fest. Tomorrow's positioning is very interesting. Yeah, I don't think we're falling back to 5700 today. Maybe. It really does look more like we're going to 5730. Just a really slow, shitty way. First annual Gamma Strike yearly earnings conference. We're not publicly traded, Dork. We don't have to do that. Oh my god, I'm a CEO now. I've become the thing I hate. Just be Lisa Sue. She's too amazing. I can never compete. Now you need some overpaid consultants to ruin Gamma Strike. Only after my investors insist on them. Maybe the Bulls will just take profit and give up. They're closing short vol still. What do you make of the VIX still being relatively elevated? That's kind of bearish, right? Vol should be way down if things were bullish and everything was okay and people were happy. Not fucking up, right? They are afraid to crank up the short vol trade. Hmm. I don't think anybody's ever made a lot of money from having a contract with NASA. What happened to our beautiful red day? When was the day red? Never. The day's never been red. It went down. Not today. Well, I mean, we could go down a little bit today, but not red. Hmm. Did you know Clopton was a real name in the 60s? I did not. 1600s. No. I was gonna add for see me FedWatch tool. Is this a top indicator? Seems like it. Eric Clopton. Uh, this is incredibly lame. Yeah, it's not gonna get more interesting either. I think the only way this gets more interesting is if we actually test 30 and some of the bullish positioning takes profit. Or NQ just dumps. Which would be pretty cool. I'd also like NQ to dump. Could you kindly explain your expectations of the Jan 17 EWJ 65 put? How do you plan on trading this position? I plan on averaging it down, and then I think Nikkei will drop as yen rises. Might take a little time, though. I have theta. I'm not particularly worried. VIX is making this look so sketch. Yep. Yeah, it is. Hmm. Move up to 30? Not yet. Hmm. Question, what's up? He's really into baking, thinking cheddar bay biscuits from scratch. That's awesome. Where does the MM want this? Like 5705. Between 5705 and 5710. But out of the money calls are getting cheaper and they're kind of being sold off a little bit. So yeah, the chance for a move to the upside's kind of increasing. Not just 30, but like 40 and 50. It is. Why 6K? It's such an arbitrary target. No, it's not. It's pretty unlikely, I think, that we see anything above, like, 58, 5850, 5800 in the next couple months. Mix up spot up because short calls are getting squeezed. I wouldn't say they're getting squeezed. We're not even testing them yet. But some of the deeper in the money or deeper out of the money short calls on the 0 GTE have been closing like 65, 765, 770. Hmm. We're not gonna hit 6K today, Popcorn, don't worry. I'm here to listen to this being the top for the day. It's not. We can definitely test 30. We might be able to push up even higher. No end of day sell off amid BOJ fears. I don't think there's anyone who's afraid of the BOJ. I mean, the BOJ is not gonna probably not gonna hike. I mean, there's it would be a huge shock if they did, but it seems very unlikely that they will. When poll? What do you want me to poll? Can we do a poll on betting odds on whether or not my dog is gonna shit all over the floor because he ate 3 socks? Can he shit after eating 3 socks? Poll about win next poll. Dude, get that dog to a vet. I fear the BOJ. Why? BOJ is gonna do absolutely nothing. That's the most likely outcome. Are bulls just not gonna take profits today? Or why would they? We keep going up. Seems silly. If you're a betting man, would you bet we hit 6K or 3,500 first? You can't give me an easy one like 5K or 6K? You look tired. I am. Neither ever. Oh, that sounds like a terrible world to live in. Like we're doing it. We're testing 30, like I've been saying for the last 3 hours. Market crash or SPX becomes full meme. Told you. Seems like IWM is the only thing not pumping, and interestingly, it should be doing okay, or just at least like flat. It's up 2%, right? What the fuck do you mean it's not pumping? Dow's the only thing not pumping super hard, and VIX, dollar, and 6-month treasuries. Oil's at 71 again. When does Dow ever pump hard though? When things aren't good. Actually, Fubo is also not pumping. Well, well, well. Fubo CC is. Look who's laughing now, Atomic. It's Atomic. He's laughing on his pile of pennies. He wins this week. I think he's won every week for the last like 3 years. Even a 10% drop from here still puts us at 5150. That's a correction. What about a 50% drop? That'd be more fun. 60? 80? Ooh. Ever had the T levels checked? Yeah, like last year. They were fine. Can you get a 50% drop? No way. Why not? Do you think we can get a 20% drop? T levels would be better if you would get some fucking sleep. I sleep more than enough, Dave. I'm trying to level the playing field. Imagine if I slept 8 hours a night. I'd make so much more money than you guys. No, I'm not on antibiotics anymore. You're like an inverse koala. Hmm. Huh. Thank you. Not to alarm you, but I found a secret code in the Fubo chart. Does it say wind down? You already do make more money. I know. It would be really unfair. I only made $1,000 today, and then I stopped trading. Oh, and like 32K from the overnight move. But that's yesterday's position. Oh my god. This company wants me to. They specialize in dog training collars. And they would like to kindly request a collaboration. It will provide me 30% of the exclusive code for 2 to 3 minutes of video. What the fuck does that even mean? Our shot collar has multiple modes and functions. They want me to sell this to people, don't they? I can't do it. I can't shill products. Sell it to that dog that ate 3 socks. That's true. When we're all complaining about our pets, you can shock us. Use it on Carl. Huh. Imagine listening to the proposed advertiser just obliterate your product. I didn't tell anybody who makes the product, but that might be rough, yeah. I've thought about it. I get offers like every day. Tiny chainsaws, shock collars, water bottles. There was one for a tea kettle. If Japan does nothing tomorrow, carry trade gets levered up. Carry trade's already getting levered up. The official tiny chainsaw of Spy-Fi. You did say tea a bunch that one day we were talking about ice in the cup. Yeah, but that was thermodynamics, not me advertising a tea kettle. There's no way you held TQQQ through this week, did you? I closed my TQQQ the day before FOMC. What the fuck are you gonna do with a tiny chainsaw? It's ridiculous. Oh, look, we rejected off of Gamma Max. Shocker. Cut tiny wood. Alright, tiny bonsai. Interesting. These glissies aren't gonna cut themselves. We're at GM on SPXW, which is less fun, but still relevant. Have you seen the tiny 1-inch TV? It's awesome. Classic cabinet TV from the 70s. Does it work? And it's 1 inch? Like a tube TV? What programs does it have? One-inch TV, same like original iPod. I sent you that TV before. I have one? Oh. I feel like I remember this. Oh shit. You did find a secret. Congratulations, Popcorn. That's awesome. You did it. You solved the mystery. Oh god, this is fucking dull. Maybe, you know, maybe I'm just gonna go like walk for like 15 minutes on my treadmill or row or something. I should exercise more. Do that. Uh, okay, you guys say do it. It makes me not want to do it. Just shh, quiet. Push-ups. How can I take us with you? No, it's not gonna be an exercise stream. Only pores need to exercise. That's true. I already do Kegels in my chair. My asshole's like a cigar cutter after all these years. He's doing Kegels right now. Healthy rich men are superior to sickly rich men. Does that help? I mean, but still rich men. Sickly rich men better than healthy poor men. How many push-ups in a row can you do right now? I don't know. Maybe like a couple. I don't know how strong my arms are anymore. I haven't used them for anything. I hate push-ups. I do too. They make my wrist hurt because I broke my wrist when I was younger. It's like arthritis or something in it. There's keyboard muscles though. True. Yeah. Fast twitch muscle fibers. Got those. You'll make a lot more money if you do squats on stream. It's true. As a person who recently got back in shape to join the FBI and audit NVIDIA, I'll say about 10 struggle ups and then some heavy breathing. Yeah, that sounds about right. I bought the SPY version of the SPX call you placed this morning, but for tomorrow, and held it. I'm up 45% so far. Thanks. No problem. You make more money if you took off your hat once in a while. But I like my hat. It protects my eyes from the lights. They burn. You could be the whole package, Gherk, above reproach. I've done that, though. I used to go to the gym, like, every day. And then I found not doing that. And it's better. We would make more if you show us your hip-hop moves. I do everything possible to keep my moves. Nice. Infrared lights so you don't notice the light. Your camera can still see IR. Huh. You could kick a football so much further if you went to the gym. Oh my god, popcorn. I read that article about the jail time you did for kicking that cat like a field goal. You didn't actually have to test out the theory. Don't go to the gym. Imagine how much more often Grimto would tell you to take your shirt off. I know. Last time I took my shirt off, the pickle jar couldn't even deal with the delts. I was sexually harassed for months. Yo, yeah. They wrote an article about me. Yeah, yeah. I tagged you. I tagged you when I saw it, and I was like, "That's Popcorn Trader." It was literally Houston man arrested for kicking cat like a field goal. It literally couldn't be anybody else on the planet. Yeah, but I can't read. Did he make the field goal? I don't know. They didn't really discuss that part. Glit? Can we dump here? Yeah, we we could. I accept your shirtless body in all its forms. Thanks, Grim2. I don't know what I'd do without you making me say weird shit every day. Probably be more bored. Oh my god, it works? Do you have stock charts on it? Is that a fucking euro? I'm a round of bodybuilder poses. I don't do any bodybuilder poses. I still have all the muscle from when I used to exercise. It's just buried under layers of fat now. Which makes me look less fat. Dormant, exactly. Hibernating. The way a bear should. How deep? It's not that bad. Might be like a solid quarter. It really depends on which part of me I poke. There's some parts where it's like, whoa. Um, you have lots of potential energy stored up for later use. That's a great way to think about it. Hmm. Positive thought. No, for some reason I don't get any fat on my legs at all, which is weird. They're not chicken legs. They're sturdy. Have you seen my calves? They're in the Discord. They're like Humpty Dumpty. We've got nothing better to do. Cobra's nursing his 5,600 puts, so he does. Cobra, you haven't signed up for the platform and we revoked your access last night. I'm nursing 5,700 Ps. In a survival situation, you wouldn't have to resort to cannibalism very quickly. Yeah. I need the 5,700 Ps to print, or I can't afford Gamma Strike. I see. That sucks. I'm sure you have enough theta to like what, Jan? I sold my first Iron Condor this morning, but I don't think it's gonna make up for the 3 ports I lost over trading today. What a great place. You're also a high value target to people with less potential energy. The kinetics. Do they live in Connecticut? No. I should be ashamed. I can't believe you revoked my access last night. I don't think you've ever had access. Greenwich Village, they tend to bike everywhere. Greenwich Village is in New York City. You're thinking of Greenwich, which is just the worst. Imagine paying $50 million to live on the Long Island Sound. Not even the ocean side, just like that muddy pit in between Connecticut and Long Island. And they always say stupid shit like, we don't get hurricanes as badly. Or I don't want my house to flood. But in reality, they have a house with a view of Connecticut. Or a view of Long Island. Either way, dog shit. When there's a liquidity crunch, does it just happen instantly? It's usually pretty quick. Or there be a data or positioning that could hint the problem is brewing. You remember that one day when VIX went to like 60? That was the hint. Oh my god, I saw Madagascar last night. Well, part of it. What's the downside if we lose 5730 support? 5730 isn't support, it's resistance. If we lose 20, we could fall back, but we probably won't lose 20, 25. We would start to squeeze short puts if we did. I don't know how far out that could go, honestly. They've started selling them pretty close to the money. Like they've sold puts all the way up to the 25 strike. So I would say we could push back down to like 5705 if we dropped with momentum. Alternatively, we close somewhere between 5725 and 5745. And the day just never gets more interesting. I like to move it, move it. King Julian is my spirit animal. Realize vol must be getting crushed today. No? No. Not at all. We're up like 200 basis points. Dramatic recreation of the day. I'm gonna choose to assume that you took this photo yourself. This is just a dramatic reenactment. Don't get triggered. The only thing I'm long is Carvana. And TLT, but that's for like 2026. I don't even think I've had Rhode Island pizza. I've been to Rhode Island, but I didn't eat pizza there. It looked shitty. I just assumed it was shitty. Like Connecticut pizza. Is Richie still here? I want him to hear that. Thoughts on clams on pizza? I feel like I just covered that. It's not a real place. You're lying. What, Rhode Island? It is. Taylor Swift lives there. Rhode Island pizza is different. Ew. That's just bread with sauce on it. Cheese is on the bottom? Oh, gross. When Carvana short? I don't know. Maybe like 75. Oh shit, we lost 25. A little bit. That's a big deal. Hold on. I want to buy and hold a 5,600 put. 5,700. Let's fucking go. I'm getting way too excited about this. Look where VWAP is on NQ. That's a long way down. Yep. All we have to do is fill all of the downside gaps. Boring. God damn. sure have come a long way in the last 2 hours. Let's close gray on the day. Oh, that'd be nice. The yield curve looks so fucked up. It is, yeah. We have to close red because Pi-Fi is wearing a red shirt. The shirt does not indicate the price action for the day. It's just a shirt. And it's not even red, it's maroon. Fuck. I need to organize my shirts. So we're kind of squeezing off some short puts here. A little bit. Might squeeze off some more of them. Fucking NQ. Hmm. This is immensely awkward. I like how you bought the 5700 just to feel something, and now it's making you money. No, I bought it because I thought it would make me money. It's made me more money than I thought it would. It might make me a lot more money than I thought it would, but we'll see. Squeezing more puts off here that'd be quite bearish. Glorb, I don't understand. No one told me what. Is this the top? Like forever? Went down. This isn't down very much. This isn't the kind of down you're worried about. Back to 30. Probably. Yeah. Well, at least back to 20. And then if it rejects off 20, we squeeze more short puts. What are these? Hmm. I don't like dark chocolate. It's bitter, like candy or arugula. We get another one of those $10 red candles, please. I mean, maybe. Yeah, I'm gonna go do a walk. I'll be right back. Oh wait, you guys need to know positioning before I go. All right, so this is back over 20. Um, long calls at 25, short puts at or long puts at 30, sold calls above 30, and short puts to the downside of 20. So, or downside of 25. So technically here, short puts are still squeezing. If it falls down more, they can squeeze off even harder. Gamma to the downside flattens out to around 56.70. So it really depends on how much momentum picks up on squeezing the short puts. There's a little bit of call support at 705, 695, and 680. The upside is kind of like a brick wall, 25, 30. And then sold calls at 35, shitload of sold calls at 40. And that's gamma max too, so probably very unlikely to get higher than 32, 33. If this fails 20 again, it can drop. Otherwise, it'll just stay stable around 25, 30. All right. That's an even more disgusting picture, Danarchy. How far did you walk? Oh, it was like a little over a mile. No, not 500 miles. One. I feel like 15 minutes for a mile's like extraordinarily average. You walk fast? I have long legs. Can Netflix lose 700, or is there a lot of support? It's never acted as support before, but there's a first time for everything. There's a lot of positioning there. So I'm not going to get assigned to the DVM. Maybe not. One sec. Yeah, losing 20 is still bearish. Don't perforate it. How far can this fall? I mean, if it starts squeezing off short puts, it's got some range. The problem is every level of short puts can act as support if they just sell more puts at that level, right? So, I mean, I would say there's a little bit of support at 10, a little bit at 5,700, but the problem with falling into short puts like that is you tend to pick up a lot of momentum as more and more of them go out of, like, well, as more and more of the short puts go in the money. I'm forced to vote for Donald Trump. He just said he's going to cap credit card interest rates at 10%. You know he's not going to do that, right? That would... Not only is that distinctly against his own party's line, um, it, it wouldn't be... it's not within his... That's congressional. That's not within his powers to do that. Just don't carry any debt on your credit card, Cobra. That's easy. You're an accountant. You know how this works. It's easy to say pay off the balance, but I bought furniture I can't afford. 30, 25 idiots worked out well. Nice. Yeah. What are you thinking about that 20 line? Get rid of it? I think it's in the wrong spot. I like it better now. Power hour time.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
What does the power hour rocket take off from Russia? Propaganda. I got extra ad revenue for that. Can you just give me another $100 in 1 minute for 2 more of those 30, 25 idiots? Nice. Do I have day trades left on the margin account again? Ooh, they're back. I can transfer the money back over. Nice. Hmm. We seem to be able to levitate markets indefinitely. I mean, we really just moved into the positioning to the upside that was already there yesterday before the rate cut decision was announced, right? And we haven't moved above it. We haven't like, created a new level. This was already part of the trading range that we were in. Tomorrow's AM expiry is huge. Yep. Yeah, it's quite large. Maybe till Friday in hopes that Japan doesn't raise rates. Mm. Hmm. I don't like this consolidation. Full port spy pets. Maybe. I would love for no reason for tomorrow's pre-market to be red as roses. Well, we'll see how repositioning shakes out. There's definitely a ton of charm, supportive charm falling off of the chain in the morning. So, um, yeah, we'll need to see if they reposition more bullishly and try to take advantage of the move to the upside, pushing into the collar into the end of the month. Or if we finally see dollars start to actually break down. It's down 30 points today. Which, I mean, we've seen some pretty insane moves in the dollar between yesterday and today, to be honest. Because they want to normalize their policy. They don't want to be at the mercy of US policy anymore. Which is perfectly reasonable, I think. Yeah, and their economy has been underwater for 30 years because of it. So, I mean, Japanese, they expect their inflation to come in hot. That's what they want. They want hot inflation because it allows them to raise rates. Think about this all wrong, Gherk. Instead of becoming a gooder trader, how do I make a business on losing money? You mean a government contractor? You're already a contractor. Just change your customer. Open a retail gaming store? Why would you insult his ethics like that? How does Fubo's liquidity look? Getting slightly worse. Not very aggressively, but I mean, yeah, less liquid than it's been since the last run up. And at a higher level, so that's probably a good sign, right? I would say this doesn't look super bullish. Some consolidation, but things are starting to look shitty. I don't know about profit taking, but there's sold puts, and we can fall into those, so that's the thing. Tech might dump today. I'm wrong. Girk's right. Let's go. 57.15. Hmm. Hmm. Gap fill in the last 40 would be just how I like it. BOJ's at midnight tonight. So I assume all night pickle jar party. Hmm. No one's buying this clown show. Someone is, right? Shorts appear to be forced to be buying this clown show. Yeah, it's, well, they're trying to protect their short puts. They've really sold them way too close to the money. But there's no changing that now. Because if they start to pull them back, they'll squeeze themselves out. Pretty consistently lower highs. This does not look very bullish. That might have been a last-ditch effort to save them from... They've gotten a little bit of the positioning closed, so the exposure is not as bad, but it's still pretty bad. And there's no in-the-money support. Ooh. Options. Puts. Let's do it. I doubt anything that interesting is going to happen, but you never know. Tech did lose 2,100. So it's not impossible. CTAs are buying, selling, neutral. CTA should be pretty neutral here. I would say they're probably kind of flat. How low could this drop to? Well, if we lose the bot calls at 15, the next downside support is 56.80. Everything between here and there is short puts. So, I mean, they have to squeeze, right? And they have to not come in and buy the fuck out of the dip or sell more. But it could happen. Someone's supposed to buy this clown show to avoid going to an even worse clown show. One more day, right? That's all it is. Surviving in the face of rapidly deteriorating situations. Can I get some calls on layaway? That's not how it works. How does one do a correlation trade with the yield curve inverting? You just do the opposite one, right? You short vol on equities, long vol on the underlying. Someone's still long vol, right? VIX is still at 16 despite us being at all-time highs. If UDA isn't expected to raise. Let me be really clear. There should not be a raise tonight. They should just maintain their hawkish stance. And then after it's passed, and the rest of the event vol trims, they're probably going to try to leverage the carry trade up more. Now, will doing that blow them up? Maybe. But there should be no reason for you to raise rates tonight. I hope Japan inflation data tonight is hot as fuck. Okay, then they might hike. But it's probably going to be like 2.9 or 3. I'm going to need this thing to drop like $20 more. We lost 15, so that's a start. $56.60 end of day. That'd be awesome. We're going to Japan for 2 weeks in mid-November. Please tell me the yen will be weak to the dollar then. Probably will. Well, maybe not as weak as it is now, but probably still weak, yeah. MQ 2100 is hanging on for dear life. I think the way this needs to go is short puts need to get fucked by tech sell-off. And if those two beautiful things come together perfectly, we could drop like a rock. Although tech could just pump here and we can close at 57.20, which is far more likely. Put shorts, pork torals, gorgle tort, tottert, gorgle tottert. Much as you're getting better with the spelling, Popcorn. I'm glad to see you working on it. He's hooked on phonics. Yes, he is. It was up very bigly on my beautiful 5,700 puts. $50 each because I do such good business. And then they came and stole the trade from me in a crooked deal. I'm sorry to hear that. How many pigeon wheels are in the flock right now? There's a bunch. Like 100 something. I've been training someone at work, so I haven't been able to watch closely. So apologize if already covered. Is this price sustainable up here? It could be. It's going to depend on how things reposition today and probably Yuta's decision tonight. But yes, we could stabilize here. Also, check your DMs. I sent you some scaping pictures you need to look at because I'm not sure if I'm doing it right. Hot. Oh my god, it's amazing. Can you make this rocket to 5735? You mean above Gamma Max? The person in my mirror will stop looking so disappointed. This is extremely awkward.
Spicy tuna roll, put their pickle in my jar, pinches, 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 chica, chica, pinchy, pinchy, pinches, skeet, pinches, 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 3.
Nice. Excellent. Pinches. Is Pinches in the room with you? No. Where are we closing? How would you probably right here? I know. I bought a $35 out of the money put. But it has a slightly better than 0 chance of printing. Although that chance is degrading pretty quickly. Yeah. The NQ knife looks caught. I don't like it. Maybe not, though. Lack of answer means you don't want to talk about GME. Oh, did you ask me about GME? It's looking dead until another DFE type event or lots of shorting for months and then some upside. Yeah, that's what it does, right? I mean, it's like liquid as fuck now. Cohen's diluted the company harder than cocktails at a resort or a casino. Think it'll get under $10 or nah? I mean, it could. If it did, I would probably buy some. But I'm understanding now we should start to see on RRP go up, right? After this week. And yes, and if it doesn't, That's risky. What company? What about Cummins? I didn't say anything about Cummins. Have you guys ever heard gummy bears? It's like gummy bears. Bro, what? Yeah, it was a thing. I saw a video. It's like here and there and everywhere. Gummy bears. They're savory gummy bears. I didn't make the video, no. What's next after this obscene pump? Back down again? Seems pretty reasonable. Lower high. Although they are shorting vol a bit harder now. Well, it was the... Do you guys remember the, like, television show Gummy Bears? It was that, except the bears were made with semen. Maybe it was just a dream. I don't sleep a lot, so it's hard to tell the difference. Good fix, green SPX. I'll try again tomorrow. Thanks for the stream, Gherk. No problem, Jen. That is cursed. That's funny. Gelatin? Straddled, even though I thought we were going down today. Positioning looks like it could get me out of the dead put leg tomorrow. You the man. How dead is the put? I mean, it should be paid for. You've ruined my lunch. I'm sorry, Gene. I didn't mean to ruin your lunch. The pineapple ones are technically gummy bears, right? Right? No, that's just what he says, right? But it's never true. Well, that's a fun anecdote, actually. I know a guy who's like a fruitarian, and I was out with him and his girlfriend one day, and like a couple of our other friends, and she was making fun of him being a fruitarian, and I was like, well, his cum probably tastes great. And she was like, no, it tastes like cheese fish. He got laughed at. Vix, what about it? It's going down because they're shorting vol. This just keeps getting worse. I'm very bored. I've been complimented on mine, and I think the secret is lasagna. Like Garfield. Is that now his nickname? I mean, the last time I hung out with him, we definitely called him Cheesefish. Yeah, Cheesefish. Best mouthfeel. Call him fish fromage. I love that those two things don't go together. I think she felt really bad about blurting that out in front of everybody, but she was like a little bit drunk and it just slipped. Cheesefish, like goldfish snacks? No, those are just cheddar crackers. They're not actually made from fish. I mean, but true love, they're still together, right? Even though everyone knows that his ejaculate tastes like cheese and fish, they're still together. And that's cute, right? She must really love him. Cheesefish like provolone trout. We should all know less about each other. Yeah. But what else are we gonna do all day? We got a vasectomy, so that's not a problem anymore. Okay, you do know when you get a vasectomy, you still have ejaculate. It just doesn't contain any sperm, right? It's not like you just you're shooting blanks. That's wifey material. Yeah, right? This is the worst convo I've heard in a long time, and that's saying something. The consistency and color are different. Huh. Like how you spelled color there. Very nice. Fancy. Strumming and Gorgonzola. Oh shit. NQ dump. Let's go. If it could just keep doing that. Don't stop here. Keep going. Come on, you bought NQ at 2100. Don't you want to sell? Yeah, you do. Get rid of that bag. Caviar and feta. Caviar is disgusting. There's no reason for crunchy salt to cost that much money. Come on, Greg. That's not happening. Don't tell my put what it can and can't do. Look at it getting priced up. There's fucking 9 minutes left. Let's get to 56.60. It's not called maggot cheese. It's from Sardinia. They don't speak English. Also, I think the translation is something like worm cheese. Or... It's crunchy. What about Tobacco? Eh. We get 56.60. I'm gonna make my own 7 cream cheese. It's fucking nothing but puts here. Just squeezy puts. Come on, charm. Let's go. Why would we go down? No one's worried about the carry. Japan or the carry or a recession or the debt. I don't know. Because why not? We went up. There was no reason to do that either. Acceleration? No pumping? This is my last full port. I need to make more songs. Lame. Bounced. Bounce but fail 15? Ooh. Saucy. This is what happens when you sell all your puts at the money and then they go in the money. Wake up, you're gonna be late for school again. I wouldn't want to be a child again. Like 20 years old. 20 years old was the perfect age. You still had things to look forward to. And you were old enough to do what you wanted. And dumb enough to do what you wanted. 17 was cool. Young enough to not get in trouble for doing what you want. Smart. What was 20-year-old Gherk doing? Stupid shit. Lots and lots of stupid shit. I'm too smart to do the things I want to now. Yeah, right? It sucks. Having a like fully developed brain, worst. Drinking slightly underage is so much more fun than turning pro, right? Because it felt naughty. You're like, oh, I'm not supposed to do this. But you're doing it anyway. I don't know what you're talking about. My risk management hasn't changed since 15. Can you advise us on what not to do as a 20-year-old? Yeah, the girl who tells you she's into cream pies. Don't do her. That's... Hey, that's my wife you're talking about. Or the one who said she can't get pregnant, despite not taking any action to avoid that outcome. That is sage advice. Yes, it is. I don't mind getting called cheese fish. 5680 still in play. There's 2 minutes left. Are you fucking smoking crack? No, no, absolutely not. It was never really in play. Well, there was like a 3% chance. Yeah? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize. I didn't mean to mess up your high. At best, a 0.69% chance by my calculations. And what were those? Important reminder, SPY dividend tonight. If you're playing SPY, be aware. Ooh. Hmm. Huh. Hmm. Interesting. Dividend arb plays are for 80-year-olds. They're so 80-year-olds can lose money to major banks. Did SPX close where it opened? No. Slightly higher. $13 higher. This doesn't look great going into tomorrow and the next day. I'm not gonna lie. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. So we kind of slammed right up into the monthly Gamma Max and were immediately rejected. Look how accurate that shit is. It was off by 33 cents. Anyway, yeah, rejected off of that, but didn't fail yet.
Big gap to the downside though. We got a bit of an what's called an island forming here. This may fill back to the downside over the next few days. Generally, these fail. Since we didn't get a continuation up to like 57.50, there's a very good chance that the consolidation at the end of this move will, wherever it falls, Monday or Tuesday, maybe tomorrow, will break down. So keep that in mind. That there could be kind of a significant pullback, and the prior close was way the fuck down here, so it's a pretty big fucking gap back up to spot. ES broke out of the 57.8250 level, which was pretty close to the prior high, but managed to get a new high before failing. Dixie down after rallying all night long, and part of this morning. It's finally fallen back towards yesterday's close, down about 30 points. Yields at the top end of the curve are kind of starting to flatten out, but they're still elevated from where they were, and the 20-year is now back above 4.1, which is kind of interesting. Correlation continued to move down today pretty rapidly on the 1 month, so a lot of short vol coming in on the indexes there. Carry trade got levered up pretty hard last night on the top end of the curve, but the nearer dated, like the 3 and 6 month end, saw leverage continually fall off through this period. It did close the day at 6.5x, up from the prior low of 6.2. So they are levering up the carry trade pretty hard, probably as risk diminishes going into the BOJ meeting, where nothing is expected, and that's going to be tonight. If there is no rate increase out of the BOJ meeting, they're probably going to lever this up even harder, not because they necessarily want to, but because they need to. A collapse of the carry here, especially after the US cut, would be very rough. And the last like 3 weeks of bond positioning, where UST has dropped dramatically, especially at the front end. Yields have come down quite hard, and the yield curve at the 10 and 2 is uninverted. It's definitely something to think about. Bond vol, not too much. Skew continues to turn up, and the risk of an outsized move, like 2-3 sigma move, is going up quite rapidly. Skew's at 167.42, and if you look at the long run average for this, that's insanely high. This is we're packing in a lot of volatility risk here, and there is not sufficient tail risk hedging. We're losing those long out of the money puts, and that opens up the greater probability to see it's like a 2 or 3 standard deviation move in price in the opposite direction. 66.4% of the S&P at its 20-day moving average or above. And we're continuing to see correlation start to tick up between VIX and cash VIX on the daily. Some of these are early warning signs of bearish reversal, so pay attention to them. They could be meaningful. Fed fund futures today, after this morning's labor data, now pricing in 0.75 rate cuts by January, which would be another 50 point and another 25. No what? Popcorn, weekly diamond top. Shine bright like a diamond. Don't move. Got him. Yes. Yeah. All right. Anyway, draw it. I don't know where my pen is. Oh, here. So I hope you guys are ready for a new all-time high. Because the last time we had a diamond top on the weekly, we ripped up 670 basis points. So I'm pretty excited. Should be fun to see it play out. I'll buy you some diamonds. Thanks. All right, guys. Thanks so much for tuning in. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow. Night.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it